Hi, so good afternoon, anyone everyone who's listening. If there's anyone on the live stream or maybe watching it on catch up, I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and media manager for ILI Group, Intelligent Land Investments Group, and this is a public meeting for our Newhouse energy storage project. So how this is going to work is I'm going to do some presentations. You can see the presentation times up there. They're kind of every half an hour. We'll start the first one around about 3:10, and goes on for about 10 or 15 minutes. And then if anyone's got any questions, they can ask them at that point. You should be able to see, hopefully if you're online on a computer, you should be able to see a chat box to the right hand side. So you can put in your questions in there. You'll get automatically be given a guest name. So you don't need to log on or have an account. You can just put any questions you have on, and I can answer them at the end of the presentation. So that's really how it's going to work. If you can't see the chat box, my mobile number's there, 07456 539 239 on the screen. So you can give us a call or give us a text, probably would be better. I can answer any questions you've got that way, and also my email address is there as well. So there's 3 different ways to contact me during these presentations. So any questions you have, any queries, put them up, and I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability. We might be joined later by my colleague Greg Templeton as well. He's the planning manager for ILI Group. He might be coming on shortly too. But I'll get the presentation started round about 10 past 3. So if you're waiting for the presentation, it'll start around about 10 past 3. Hello, welcome to anyone who's tuned in for our public presentation for our Newhouse Energy Storage project. I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for Intelligent Land Investments Group, and I'm going to be carrying out a number of presentations today, just to tell you a little bit about what it is we have planned near the land near Newhouse Farm. A little bit about Intelligent Land Investments Group, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, um, and what we think it's going to do for the overall kind of net zero targets for the country. So I'm going to give it a few more minutes and then I'll start the presentation at 3:10. Obviously, this is normally we would hold these meetings face to face, but obviously with COVID-19 and the fallout from that, we can't actually host these meetings. So we've been doing a number of these meetings online, and they seem to be working quite well. Hopefully, if you're online, you can see on your right-hand side there's a chat box. Where if you want to go into that, you don't need to log in, you can just join as a guest and you can put up any questions you might have to me. We also have my mobile number there, 07456 539 239, so you can post your question, text me questions or give me a phone. Probably text would be best, or email me. So we've got three ways you can get in contact with us, get in contact with me during this presentation. You'll also see there is a download section where you can download there's a questionnaire we'd like anyone who comes to this today to fill out, asking you some questions about what your thoughts are on the project, getting some feedback from anyone who's wanting to give us feedback. We would be really grateful if you took the time to fill that out. And you can also download the presentation slides as well, and they'll be available for the next 21 days, as will the recording of these presentations too. So you might actually be watching this not live, you might be watching this after the fact, but the panned questionnaire is going to be up as well during that 21-day period. So anytime during then, please pop it. Even after that, you can get in contact with us, and we're looking to get feedback from the community, from anyone who's wanting to give us feedback, really. So we're trying to keep it as open and accessible as we can for everyone, so we can get as much feedback as possible. So I think with that, I'll just start the presentation. So 2 seconds. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. If anyone is there, if you can just say hello in the chat box, that'd be great, so I know you're there. So there we go. So I will just start the presentation. Hopefully everyone can see if that's an okay size for everyone to see. So what is it? What is the project? What is it we're actually planning on the land near Newhouse? It is a 29.9 megawatt energy storage facility of containerized batteries in effect. So basically, these are storage containers with racks and racks of batteries. If you think kind of similar to if you've ever seen inside a data center, so where they have racks of sort of computer servers, it's very similar. It's all made up of small kind of battery units. Kind of in racks. So that's kind of how that works. The development consists, like I said, it consists of containers containing batteries, associated equipment. There's a small access track. There's a small meter building, a small kind of substation, and there's also going to be screening around that with trees and fencing. And in effect, in basic terms, what these projects like this, is we store excess energy from the electricity grid. And we put that back in when it's needed, when it's required. So I'll go into a little bit more detail later on, but in basic terms, that's what we do, is we store excess for when it's needed, and that helps balance supply and demand on the grid. So who are ILI Group? Well, we're an energy storage development company. We're based in Hamilton in Lanarkshire. We started in 2017, and before that we were involved in the feed-in tariff projects. We had a number of renewable projects that are now up and running, sort of wind, solar, and hydro projects that are all up and running at the moment. And then in 2017, we started ILI Group, where we moved into kind of energy storage, as we've seen that was going to be required if we're going to keep going with the kind of renewables revolution. So our mission is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland, and we're going to do that by developing. Mainly, we've got 3 pump storage hydro projects that are going to be 450 megawatts plus. So these are kind of massive infrastructure projects. We've got 3 of those on the go at the moment. The most advanced of those being Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. And that one's been widely publicised and it's currently in planning. So you might have heard of that one. And we've also got 500 megawatts of battery storage sites, which Newhouse is part of that. And a number of those now are consented or in planning. So together that's going to make up around about 2 gigawatts of energy storage that we're going to bring to Scotland. So why do we need energy storage? What's the whole point of this kind of projects like this? Now Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, so it's one of the most ambitious targets in the world to get net zero by. And a large part of that's going to be coming from a shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy, which has obviously been on the go for a long while now. But the one issue that you have with renewable energy is the age-old issue with it is it's intermittent. So we can't rely on it to meet demand. So we can't program the wind to blow or the sun to shine. We have to kind of take it as it comes. And what that means is that we have, a lot of the time, we have the winds blowing perhaps in the middle of the night where we don't need that power. And that can lead to turbines being switched off and that power being wasted. And what projects like this let us do is let us store that excess renewable energy and be able to use that for another day, basically. So what that means is as we fossil fuel generators, so coal, gas, a lot of these kind of older power stations are now coming to the end of their shelf life. We'll become more reliant on renewable energy, which means we'll have to have more backup power from energy storage. So what Ofgem have said is they believe that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. At the moment, we have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, the majority of that coming from pump storage hydro, and a lot more, and there's obviously a lot of battery projects on the go as well now. The Scottish Government have recognised this as well, and they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects. So they have got they're broadly supportive of projects like this. And they realise if they're going to hit these net zero targets, if we're going to change, we're going to be moving more and more to renewable energy, we're going to have a lot of energy storage to kind of work as a backup alongside that for that to work. So that's really why we need that kind of power. Now, why do we need it in this location? So Scotland, the energy network in Scotland is broken down into the power comes in from pylons from the transmission power, and that comes to grid supply points, which are kind of major grid hubs across the country, and that power gets broken down into smaller voltages and sent out to smaller substations and eventually down to kind of your houses and your businesses. So there's a number of these grid supply points across the country, and the land that we have secured at Newhouse is beside the Bergmuir grid supply point, which is just across the motorway from it. Now, there's grid supply points all across the country, but not all of them have the ability to connect the kind of power we're talking about, the kind of 29 megawatts, which is quite a lot of power. So what we've done is we're only targeting grid supply points or grid hubs where we know we can put the power in, and the Bergmuir GSP is one of those. So there's capacity here. And like I said, there's very few of these grid supply points that can take the power, so that's why we need to put it in this location. So the next few slides give you an idea of where basically planning drawings showing you where we are located, a kind of layout of the project, and some some drawings of what the actual containers look like and what the fencing and everything like that's going to look like. So the location itself is part of Newhouse Farm, adjacent to the A9 dual carriageway on the western edge of Perth. It's already got some natural kind of woodlands surrounding it, so it's the visibility is quite limited for the project when it's going to be installed because of the trees and forestry that's already there. And we were due to connect the project to the Bergmuir GSP which is a couple of 100 meters down the road and just across the motorway bridge there. So that's where we're going to be connecting the project, and it gives you, hopefully you can see that. It's maybe not that clear, but I can move my cursor there. That kind of red, that's the kind of red line planning boundary that we're proposing, and that's where the project would be in there, kind of nestled between the trees that you can see there. So the closest houses to the project lie about 125 metres to the east across the motorway. So obviously we've got a lot of noise going on from the A9 that's already there. And the other houses that are close to that are the actual the houses at Newhouse Farm. Obviously there is also some housing that's going to be built. I think it's due there's some new build housing that's going to be getting built along this kind of farmland at some point in the future, and our project was taking that into account as well, so we're not going to be disturbing anyone. So this gives you an idea of the site layout. So it's composed, the project itself is composed of 20 energy storage units, which you can see here. There's 10 either side, with an access track coming off the road straight into the project with a kind of turning circle, turning bay, and also it's a small substation as well, which contains all the equipment that we need to get the power, break the power down from the grid to the batteries and back again into the grid. And that's all surrounded by a 3-meter high wooden fence to screen the project. And again, we'll be planting new trees around all four sides of the project as well to screen it as much as we can. So we're trying to embed the project as much as we can, so the visibility from it's going to be pretty minimal from once it's actually all installed. So the energy storage units themselves are the same size as shipping containers in effect. So they're 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high, and they have air conditioning units on the outside of them as well to keep all the batteries and everything inside cool. And the battery technology that we're using are solid-state lithium-ion batteries, and those are basically in most other energy storage projects across the UK. That's the kind of technology that's being used. So it's proven technology, and that's why we're going to be using that. So the substation, the small substation I mentioned, basically contains all the kind of Scottish Power, SSE equipment that we need to connect to and from the grid. So and that's a prefabricated GRP building, and that would be up to 10 meters by 6 meters by 3.2 meters high, with a colour to be agreed with Perth and Kinross Council. And like I mentioned previously, the kind of screening that we're going to employ is we have a 3-meter high wooden acoustic fence. Outside of that, we're going to have the trees. So we've got we'll be planting a mixture of different trees there to kind of screen the project. Obviously, the trees aren't fully grown when they first come, so it takes a while for them to kind of grow and to kind of screen the project fully. But even with the fence and the trees that we're going to be putting in to start with, it's going to be pretty well screened. So that gives you an idea of what it is we're proposing, hopefully. If anyone's on the live stream, if you have any questions, please put them up in the chat. That would be amazing, so we can see what people's thoughts are. See if I can see anybody up. I can't see anyone online at the moment, but you might not be able to see the chat box that I'm discussing that I can see on the right-hand side of the screen. And so if you can't see the chat box but you still want to get in contact, please text me on my mobile number that's on the screen. It's 07456 539 239. That would be great to hear from anyone. Or you can email me at ah@ili-energy.com. And for anyone that's watching this, maybe you're not watching it live, or even if you are, we have a questionnaire that we'd like you to fill out. Pardon me, it gives you lets us get your feedback on the project, asks you a few questions. If you've got the time, it would be great if you could fill that on. You don't need to download or anything; just fill it in online and submit it online. It's you just fill it in on the browser, and we also have the actual presentation. So if you want to download the presentation as well, you can too. And everything's going to be available for the next 21 days from now, which time you can get in contact with us or give us any thoughts. And just to let everyone know that the actual any representations or any kind of comment forms you make to us aren't don't go to the council, they go to us, and we prepare a report on those. If you're wanting to submit comments to the council, when the project actually goes into planning, you'll have an opportunity to submit any comments you have directly to the council. So I think if I don't have any questions, I can't see anyone put anything up or texting me here. So I will leave it at that till the next presentation, which is going to be at 3:45. And anyone wants to can contact me anytime between now and then. That's great. But thanks for listening, and I'll see you at 3:45. Hello, good afternoon to anyone who's tuned in to see our Newhouse Energy Storage Project presentation for our project that we're hoping to take forward into planning in the coming months. I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for Intelligent Land Investment Group. And I'll just give you a wee rundown how this is going to work today. So I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to run through. And I'll describe who Intelligent Land Investments Group are, what energy storage is, why we need it in this location, and what we think those kind of the net value to the overall country will be by having projects like this go ahead. So hopefully, if you're watching this on a computer, you can see there is a chat box on the right hand side where you just get given a guest name. You don't need to log in or create an account. You can just go in as a guest and put questions up, which I would encourage you to do. If you have any questions you have, put them up while I'm going through the presentation, and I can answer them either then, or if it makes more sense to answer them at the end. If you can't see the chat box, you can ask us questions through the mobile number there. You can text me directly on 07456 539 239. And I can answer any questions that way, and also my email address is up there. So there are 3 ways to get in contact with us during this presentation if you want to ask us questions live. So that would be great. If you want to do that, that would be fantastic. I've got an email here from someone who's looking to get some access to it. Which I tried. Okay. Send this to this gentleman here. We can get access. That's good that people are starting to use it, so I encourage you to do that. Just bear with me for a second, and I'll get the presentation started shortly. Yeah, so just bear with me. I'm just responding to a question here from somebody. So yeah, so that's the ways you can get in contact with us, which someone's already done, which is brilliant. So please keep the questions coming. If anyone's there in the chat, if you want to say hello, let us know. Let me know you're there. That would be great too. So with that, I think I'll start the presentation. So now, what is the project? What is it we actually are planning at the moment? So what we have is a 29.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's made up of containerized batteries. So basically, it's storage containers with batteries inside them. Kind of if you think like if you've ever seen inside a data center with kind of racks and racks of servers, it's kind of racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the full energy storage unit. And we've got 20 of those on the site at Newhouse. And we also have a small meter building, so a small substation which connects the power to and from the grid. And there's the project's surrounded by fencing and screened by trees as well. So we're trying to keep the project, the impact of the project as minimal as possible. Now, who is ILI Group? So our company are We are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017 with the goal of bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland, and we're doing that primarily by developing 3 large pump storage hydro projects. So we've got 3 large pump storage hydro projects on the go at the moment, which are 450 megawatts plus. The most recent of those, or the most advanced of those, being Red John, which is currently in planning on the shores of Loch Ness. You might have heard of that one. And we also have 500 megawatts of battery storage, which is going to comprise that 2 gigawatts of energy storage, which Newhouse is part of. And we've got a number of these now through planning. So that's a little bit about who we are as a company. So why do we need energy storage? What's the point in having projects like this? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, which is one of the most ambitious targets in the world for hitting those kind of net zero targets. And the move to renewable energy is going to be a big part of that, as it already has been over the years. And what we're finding now is, as fossil fuel generators like coal and gas and nuclear, a lot of these kind of larger power stations are coming to the end of their shelf life, and we're becoming more and more dependent on renewable energy. We've got a lot of offshore that's going to be coming online in the next few years as well. But the age-old problem that we have with renewable energy is that it's intermittent. So we can't program the wind to blow or the sun to shine. We just have to take the power as and when it comes, and that leads to problems. Obviously, we can't. When everyone turns on the old sort of analogy is everyone goes and switches on the kettle when at the adverts for Coronation Street. We need to have power to meet that kind of demand, and that's not always the case with renewable energy. So up until now, what we do is we use kind of fossil fuel generators, ones we can turn on and off as we please. But as these go offline, we're going to become more and more unreliable on this intermittent energy. So that's when energy storage comes in. So it allows us to store renewable power, for instance, maybe wind power in the middle of the night or sunny days where we're not using a lot of power. We can store that renewable energy for when it is needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. At the moment, we've got around about 4 gigawatts in the UK, so we're quite a long way away from that. Now, the Scottish Government sort of broadly support new energy storage capacity, as they realise if we're going to have this kind of large penetration of renewable energy, we're going to have energy storage alongside that if we're going to balance up the grid. So that's kind of why we need energy storage projects. So why in this exact location? So the land at Newhouse is near the Bergmuir GSP, and the GSP is a grid supply point, which is basically a large hub for electricity. So transmission power comes in on pylons, gets broken down at these grid supply points into smaller voltages, out to smaller substations, and again broken down and out to kind of houses and businesses. So a grid supply point is a kind of large hub for electricity, a large hub for the grid. And there's a number of these across Scotland. But the issue that we have is not all of them have capacity to kind of accommodate energy storage projects of the size we're talking about, the kind of 29.9 megawatts. So we're only at grid supply. We're only putting in plan applications. We're only interested in grid supply points where we can actually connect the power that we need, which probably makes total sense. But there's not that many of those, so that's why we're in this location that we're in. So the next few slides give you an idea of exactly what it is we're planning, location, some planning drawings in effect, and give you an idea. So I don't know if you can see the red outline. If I'll just move the cursor there, hopefully you can see the red line boundary there, where the planning boundary that we're proposing. So it's adjacent. The Newhouse farm is adjacent to the A9 dual carriageway on the western edge of Perth. It's surrounded, as you can see, it's surrounded by kind of existing kind of woodland and scrubs, wraps around the project on two sides, which gives us kind of natural screening that's already there. And we're connecting to the substation at Bergmuir, which I believe is round about this neck of the woods here. So it's round about here. So that's where we're going to be connecting. The closest houses are about 125 metres to the east, and kind of here. and obviously we've got to cross the A9 to get to those, so there's quite a large background noise from there, as well as the screening that we have. So I think we're quite well screened kind of visually and acoustically, with the A9 there and with the trees and everything. So the actual visibility from most locations is going to be pretty minimal. So this gives you an idea of the site layout. So each of these kind of green rectangles are energy storage units, which I've mentioned are basically storage containers. So they're kind of similar dimensions to storage containers that have been filled with kind of smaller battery units. Filled with smaller battery units. So there's the 20 of those, 10 either side, with the access track coming up the middle of the project there. And there's also a small substation building. On the outside of that, there's a 3-meter high wooden acoustic fence. And outside of that, again, the kind of hatched in green is the kind of new woodland or the new trees that we're going to be planting and scrubs to kind of screen the project on all sides, in effect. Pardon me. So the energy storage units themselves, they contain all the batteries, transformers, everything we need. And they also have air conditioning units on the outside of it to keep all the equipment inside cool. And those are measuring 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high. Contain the battery technology that we're using is solid state lithium batteries, and those are what are basically used in majority of energy battery storage projects across the UK and worldwide. So they're proven technology, so that's what we would be sticking with as well. So great. So that gives you an idea of what the actual each container is going to be on. And like I said, there's 20 of those on the project, 20 of those units. So and the small substation building is proposed to house all. It's actually Scottish and Southern switchgear equipment, everything we need really to break the power down from the grid to the batteries and from the batteries to the grid again. And that's a prefabbed GRP, glass reinforced plastic building, up to 10 meters by 6 meters by 3.2 meters high. And that's going to be a colour agreed with Perth and Kinross Council. So the fencing I mentioned, so we're going to have a 3-meter high acoustic fence. Outside of that would be the kind of trees the screening that we're proposing. So we've got a number of different kind of species of trees that we're proposing there for the project. Obviously those don't come fully grown, come about a kind of ½ meter to a meter approximately. And we're trying to plant them, and over time they'll come to screen the project on all sides. So we think once the project's actually installed, the visibility from any kind of location that you would be able to stand at is going to be pretty minimal. So I hope that gives you a good idea of what the project is, why we need energy storage projects, why we need them, and why we're looking to do it in this location, why we think this location makes sense. But we'd love to get any feedback from anyone. So if anyone's on the chat, if you want to put any questions up, please do. That'd be great to get some live questions. We also have a questionnaire, a questionnaire. If you look in the download section, you can click to access PAN questionnaire, it says. So if you click on there, it's an online sort of questionnaire asking you some questions about what your thoughts are on the project. So any information you'd like to share with us on that would be amazing as well. And we also have the presentation, which is going to be available, the sort of PowerPoint. You can download that for the next 21 days. So we're keen to get feedback, as much feedback as we can from the community, from anyone who's listening to this. If you want to give us any feedback, that would be amazing. And that will go into, if we can take anything on board for our plan application, we will. Anything that you put in these forms, it doesn't go directly to the council. That's for our own purposes. If you're looking to, once we actually go to a planning application, there'll be a time to make a representation direct to the council on that. So I hope that gives everyone an idea of what it is we're doing, why we're doing it. So if anyone's looking to get in contact with us, like I said, there's the chat box here. If you can't see that, the mobile numbers below that, that's 07456 539 239. So you can contact us on that, or you can contact us on my email at at ili-energy.com, where so we've got 3 different methods there you can get in contact with us, and we'll be glad to take on any questions. But if I can't see anyone putting anything up at the moment, so if there's nothing in the next couple of minutes, then what I will do is I will start the next presentation. Look, I think it's at start the next presentation at 4:15. Okay, so thanks for listening. Anyone who has been listening, either live or if you're watching this on catch up, if that's call it that. But yep, thank you. Hello and welcome to anyone who's tuned in for our 4:15 presentation on our Newhouse energy storage project. Now obviously we normally do these kind of presentations. We book a hall and invite everyone along, but obviously with COVID-19 we've had to kind of innovate and use technology available to us. So welcome to anyone who's tuned in. So I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group, and our presentation is going to give you a little bit of background about our company, what energy storage is, why we need energy storage projects like the one we're proposing at Newhouse, and what it is exactly we're putting on the ground, or proposing to put on the ground anyway. So I'm going to run through that, but before I do that, I'm going to let you know how you can get in contact with us. If you're watching this online on a computer browser, you should have a chat box on the right hand side, so you should be able to see a kind of a chat room kind of thing. So you can log into that you can just enter as a guest. You don't need to start an account or anything like that. So you can just go in and it'll give you a guest number, and you can put up any questions you might have, which would be great. If you can't see the chat box, pardon me, you can contact us on the mobile number, which is 07456 539 239. That'll come direct through to me. So text us any questions you might have. That would be awesome too. Or you can even contact me on my email address, which is ah@ili-energy.com. You can get in contact with me direct through that as well. So there's 3 different ways you can get in contact with us if you're wanting to ask questions live while this is ongoing. Now we also have a questionnaire. If you look in the download section, it said click here to access PAN questionnaire, and that's an online form where we're looking to get feedback from members of the public on our project. So it just asks you a couple of questions. So if you've got the time, if you've tuned in to watch this, please fill in the questionnaire before you go. That would be great, and that'll be up for the next 21 days, along with the actual PowerPoint presentation, which I'm about to go through as well. The slides from that will be on for the next 21 days, as will be these recording of the video that you're watching now. So you can tune back in if you want to. You can watch this again, or maybe you're watching this, you haven't had time to get to this presentation live. You can watch it later on as well. So all that will be open for the next 21 days, where we're getting comments from the public. Now these comments are not comments direct to the council. They're for our purposes, where we prepare a report to go along with planning. So if you're looking to comment direct to the council, once the planning application goes in, there'll be a time to make a representation direct to the council once the plan application is live, with the full plan applications in live. So hopefully that gives you an idea how you can get in contact with us and what kind of feedback we're trying to get from this presentation today. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the presentation off going through the slides. Just bear with me. I'll just put it on full screen so everyone can see it better. There we go. And first slide is, what is the project? So what is it we're actually proposing? So what we're proposing is a 29.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's composed of storage containers with batteries in them effect. So energy storage units, which are sort of similar to energy storage containers with racks and racks of batteries. If you think kind of like, have you ever seen inside a data center where you've got racks and racks of servers? This is similar, but it's just racks and racks of smaller battery units that compose the full energy storage unit. Now, that we also have an access track, a small substation building, and it's surrounded by fencing and tree planting as well. And in essence, in its most basic terms, projects like these, we store excess energy from the grid and we put it back in when it's required. So excess power gets stored for when it's needed, and that helps balance supply and the demand for the grid. But I'll go into that in a little bit more detail later on. So who are ILI Group? So we're an energy storage company. We're based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Before that, we were involved in renewables in a big way. We had a number of different feed-in tariff projects for solar, wind and hydro that are all up and running. And we realised that energy storage is going to be the next thing that we required if we're doing this kind of energy transition to renewable energy. So our mission is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from developing 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have at the moment. The most advanced of one of those is a project that we have up at Loch Ness on the shores of Thors. It's Red John, it's called. That's been in the press. It's currently in planning, so you might have heard of that one. And we also have 500 megawatts of battery storage projects, similar to which Newhouse is part of, and a number of those are now fully consented as well. So why are projects like this needed? What's the point in having energy storage? What are we going to achieve by that? And Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. So we've got one of the most ambitious sort of net zero targets in the world, and to achieve that, we're going to be more and more moving towards renewable energy. So the age-old problem that you have with renewable energy is that it's intermittent, which means we can't switch on the wind turbines when everyone goes to put the kettle on for Coronation Street, for instance, or the World Cup final, the old kind of adage. So you have to take renewable energy when you can get it, and what that means is there's times when we need power and there's no renewable energy. And what's happened traditionally is that's when we use fossil fuel generators, so coal, gas, and also nuclear make up that difference. So what's happening at the moment is larger kind of power stations start to come to the end of their shelf life, coal and gas stations, nuclear as well, and we become more reliant on renewable energy. We need to have a way to store that power for when it is needed, and that's what kind of energy storage is trying to do, is to store renewable energy for when it's needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. At the moment, we've got around about 4 gigawatts. The majority of that is pumped storage hydro. There's more and more batteries coming online, and the Scottish government themselves are broadly supportive of energy storage projects, because they realise if we're going to get the kind of renewables targets that we're looking to hit, we're going to have energy storage alongside that as well. So why do we need it in this exact location? So the land at Newhouse is near to the Bergmuir GSP, and the GSP is a grid supply point, which is basically a grid supply point is basically a energy hub for the grid. So it takes transmission power coming in pylons, the big pylons that you see come into grid supply points, and that gets broken down into smaller voltages, sent out to smaller substations again, broken down again, and then eventually out to your houses and businesses. So a grid supply point is a major hub for the national grid, for the grid network. So that's a perfect point for us to actually put kind of battery storage into the mix. But unfortunately, although there's a number of grid supply points, very few of them actually have capacity to take the kind of battery storage that we're talking about, the kind of 30 megawatt mark. So that's why we're at the Bergmuir, because there is grid capacity currently available. So the next few slides give you an idea of basically the kind of basic planning drawings, giving you an idea of where exactly we're proposing to put the project and what it's going to look like when it's on the ground. So hopefully you can see on the red there, right beside the A9, hopefully you can make that red sort of rectangle out. So that's kind of the boundary of the project. So we're right on the western edge of Perth. We're surrounded, or if you can see, we're surrounded by existing kind of woodland and scrub. Woodland wraps around the project on all sides really. So we're quite well screened already. And the closest houses are 125 metres to the east across the dual carriageway. And we also have the houses at Newhouse Farm itself. So we're quite far away from we're quite well screened visually and acoustically already with the A9 and the trees that are planted there. Obviously, there's going to be some new housing that's in development quite nearby as well, but we've taken that into consideration with our design too, so we're not going to be disturbing anything. So I'll have a look at the site layout. It's basically 20 energy storage units, which are kind of the rectangles in green. So there's 10 of those either side of the access track coming down the middle, and we also have a small substation building there, which you can see. Now on the outside of that, there is a 3 metre high wooden fence, and on the outside of that again, that's we're going to be planting kind of native broadleaf trees, scrubs, that are going to completely surround the project to kind of insulate it visually and acoustically as best we can. So you can see that once it's actually installed, the project's going to be quite well screened from all sides. So the energy storage units themselves are the same dimensions as storage containers in effect. So 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high. And those are going to be, the technology that we're using in those are lithium-ion batteries. So the inside, like I said, inside these energy storage units, it's racks and racks of smaller battery units that make it compose the full unit. And lithium-ion batteries are the ones, solid-state lithium batteries are the ones that have been used successfully across nearly all other battery storage projects that are currently up and running in the UK and worldwide. And that's kind of the proven technology that we'd be sticking with as well. So as I mentioned, there is a small substation building, and that's a GRP building, so a glass reinforced plastic building. Basically has the equipment that we need to break the power down from the grid to go to the batteries and then back the other way, back into the grid when it's needed. And that's 10 meters, up to 10 meters by 6 meters by 3.2 meters high, with a colour that will agree with Perth and Kinross Council. So the fencing and the screening that we talked about previously, so we're going to have a 3 meter high solid wooden acoustic fence, and outside of that would be the trees that we're talking about. So we've got some suggestions of different kind of hedgerow screening of different trees that we'd be planting, which we will agree with the council. And obviously those don't come fully grown, but once they're grown, they'll be able to screen the project from all sides, as I've mentioned. So we're trying to embed the project as much as we can in the landscape, so the visual impact is pretty minimal. So I hope that gives people an idea of what it is we're trying to do, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, and who our company is. So if anyone's got any questions, if anyone's online on the chat, which I've mentioned is on the right-hand side to your presentation, hopefully, you can put them on the chat there. If you can't see that, if that isn't working for you, if you can't get access to that, it would be great if you could put a message to me by my mobile number, which is also there. It's 07456 539 239. So hopefully you can see that. If you can't do that, it's on the screen there. Or my email address, which is ah@ili-energy. So that would be great. So anyone can get, there's 3 different ways to get in contact with us. If you're watching it live, if you're watching it on catch up, or if you're watching it later on, if you want to still give, please, even if you're watching it now, we'd love you to put your comments in to our PAN questionnaire. So that's available. So basically asking you, ask a few different questions and give you some feedback. Don't need to download anything, you just fill it in online, hit submit, which would be great. And there's also the presentation slides from today, and both of those are going to be available for the next 21 days. And even after that, if you want to get in contact with us, please do. And anything we can take on board, we will. Any kind of suggestions of that we can take on board to our design of the project, we'll certainly look at that. And the more feedback we get, the better the project can be. The more kind of feedback we get from the public, the better project we can actually put into planning. So that would be great if people could help us out with that. Would be amazing. And like I said previously, the comments that you give to us are not actually, don't go directly to the council. They go directly to ourselves. Now, if you're looking to, once the plan application goes live, and once we put in the planning application in the coming weeks or months, then you can have a chance to comment on it directly to the council. But thanks for listening, guys. I can't see any movement on the email. I can't see any movement on the email at the moment. Or from in the chat box. So people would like to give us their comments, please do. That would be amazing. So thanks, guys, and I will be back again at 4:45 for the next presentation. Thanks for listening. Good afternoon and welcome to anyone who's tuned in to watch our presentation of our Newhouse energy storage project. If you can bear with me for a couple more minutes and I will get I'll get the presentation started. I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. So if you can just give me a couple more minutes and I'll run through what we're going to do today. Thanks. Thanks everyone for bearing with me there. Yeah, like I said, I am Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and Media Manager Group, PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. Sorry, there's a bit of a tongue twister there. And I'm going to be doing the presentation today on our Newhouse Energy Storage project. If you're watching this on a computer browser, or on a browser, you should be able to see a chat box on your right-hand side where you can put up any questions. You can enter questions just as a guest. You don't need to log on or start an account or anything. So any questions you have as I'm going through the project presentation, please put them up and I'll answer them as we go. Or if you can't see a chat box, my mobile number's there. It's 07456 539 239. So you can text me any questions you have, or you can contact me on my email at ah@ili-energy.com also. So that's three ways you can get in contact with us while I'm doing this live. We also have a questionnaire which you can fill in. If you look in the download section below the presentation, it says click to access the PAN questionnaire. So that's an online form you can fill in. It's just a couple of questions, and so we can get some feedback about what your thoughts on the project are. And the PowerPoint presentation will be up for the next 21 days, as will the video of this. So you can come back at any time and watch this. I believe some people were having some difficulty earlier on getting to the email address. We had a bit of a technical problem, but that's now sorted. So hopefully everyone who wants to see this can see it now. We've sorted all the kind of links out. With that, I think I'll just start in at the presentation. I'll just in a second, let's make this full screen so everyone can see it okay. So here we go. So what is the project? So in essence, what we are proposing is energy. Oh, skipped one there. Let's go back. Apologies. Yeah, in essence, what we're proposing is energy storage facility of 29.9 megawatts, and that's going to consist of 20 storage containers with batteries in them, our energy storage units. Pardon me. An access track. There's a small meter building, a small substation building, and that's surrounded by fencing and trees to screen the project as we can. And at its most basic terms, what projects like this do is we store excess energy from the grid and we put that energy back when it's required. So projects like this help balance supply and demand for the grid. So that's kind of basically what we do. But I can go into it in a little bit more detail explain why we need that kind of thing. So who are ILI Group? So ILI Group are Intelligent Land Investments Group. We are based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Before that, we were involved in the feed-in tariff, where we put up a number of wind, solar and hydro projects, which are all up and running. And then we moved into energy storage in 2017, when we realised that energy storage is going to have to be part of the energy mix if you're going to continue on down the renewables road. And our sort of goal is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Developing, the majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have. The most advanced of those being Red John at the shores of Loch Ness at Doors, which has been in the papers and well publicised, and is quite far advanced in planning, so you might well have heard of that one. And we also have 500 megawatts of battery storage projects, of which Newhouse is part of. So we've got a number of these projects already consented and on the way to getting developed. So why do we need it? Why do we need energy storage projects like this? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. So it's one of the most ambitious net zero targets in the world. And a large part of that's going to be coming the shift from fossil fuel generators, coal and gas, also nuclear as well. As those kind of power stations come to the end of their lifespan and they're not renewed, we're going to become more and more dependent on renewable energy. Sort of like there's a lot of offshore going to be getting developed over the next coming years as well. So a lot of the burden for supplying electricity to the country is going to be on renewable energy, and that instantly creates a problem that renewable energy is intermittent. So we can't switch it on when we need to, in effect. So the wind's wet. We only get wind power when it's windy. We only get solar power when it's daytime, and that always doesn't always match up to when we need it. So what normally happens is when we need power and we don't have renewable energy available, we switch on coal, gas, nuclear to kind of back up that renewable energy power. So what that means is, as these go offline, we're going to have a gap in the kind of power that we need. So what energy storage does, it allows us to store that power that store renewable energy for when it is needed. So if it's windy in the middle of the night, instead of having to switch off those turbines, we can store that power and we can put it back into the grid when we do need it. So that's kind of the sort of basics of how energy storage is supposed to work. And the Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so we're quite a far bit away from that. The Scottish Government as well recognise that if we're going to hit these targets for net zero and we'll go down the renewables road, we're going to have a large portion of power coming from energy storage as well. So the Scottish Government is broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this. So why do we need it in this exact location? So we've targeted the land that we have beside, it's because it's beside the Bergmuir GSP, and the GSP is basically a grid supply point. So it's a major hub for National Grid, a major hub for electricity, and there's a number of these across the country. So what happens is transmission power comes in pylons, it gets broken down into smaller voltages at this grid supply point, that gets broken down into goes out to smaller substations again, and eventually down the wires to your house and to your business. So grid supply points are a perfect location to put energy storage into the network. But unfortunately, there's only a small number of grid supply points of these grid hubs that can actually take the level of power of the 30 megawatts we're talking about, and Bergmuir happens to be one of those. So that's why we're in this exact location. So the next few slides give you an idea of where it is in the world we are, and what it is we're actually planning, specifically what size and dimensions of the energy storage units, and how we're going to put that into the landscape. So I don't know, hopefully you can see there's a red rectangle there just beside the A9 to the west of it. So that's where the project's going to be situated. We're adjacent to the A9 dual carriageway, western edge of Perth. We're surrounded by existing kind of scrub woodland. It wraps the project quite well, so we're quite nicely screened already. and the closest houses to this are about 125 metres across the A9. So we've already got sort of trees and the A9 in the road between ourselves and any kind of dwellings. And on the other side, we've got the kind of the properties at Newhouse Farm. Obviously, there's some housing that's going to be getting developed in the near future nearby, and we've designed our project to take that into consideration. So we're not going to be having an impact on that. So this is a kind of a basic layout of the project. So the energy storage units themselves are the kind of green rectangles. So there's 20 of those, 10 either side of an access track. You also see a small meter building there. That's a kind of substation. And outside of that, you have a 3-meter high acoustic fence that's going to surround the project. And outside of that, again, marked in the kind of green hatching, is the new planting that we're kind of proposing, sort of native broadleafs, trees and shrubs that are going to, over time, grow to kind of screen the project entirely. So the energy units themselves, we have they're similar in size and dimension to storage containers. So we're talking 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. And they have air conditioning units on the outside of those as well, which keep all the batteries, everything that's inside nice and cool. And the actual inside of the energy storage unit, if you can imagine, if you've seen inside a data center where you have racks and racks of batteries, racks and racks of servers, sorry, if you can imagine that, except racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the full energy storage unit. So the batteries that we're going to be using, the technology is lithium batteries and solid state lithium batteries, which have been used in probably the majority of energy storage projects like this worldwide in the UK. So it's proven technology, so that's what we would be sticking with as well. Now the substation building I mentioned, it's a GRP building which contains all the equipment that you need to break the power from the grid into the batteries and back the other way to back into the grid. So it's 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, and it's going to be a colour that we agree with Perth and North Council. Now the kind of fencing and screening that we had shown you previously, so we have a 3-metre high acoustic fence, and outside of that we have the trees that we kind of got a few suggestions there. We obviously would agree that with the council, what kind of trees would be planting to kind of screen this. Obviously they don't come fully grown, so over time, but they will come to kind of screen the project quite nicely. So I think that hopefully gives you an idea, basic idea of what it is that we're trying to do, what the project's going to look like, why we're in this location, and why we need energy storage in the first place. So hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully anyone who's watching, hopefully that's helpful to you and give you an idea of what it is we're doing. If there's any questions anyone has, this is the time to text me, or if anyone wants to put anything up on the chat, that would be amazing as well. Fantastic, and answer any of the questions. I'll just check my email, see if anything's came through from that. So you've got nothing's came through at the moment, but we've got 3 different ways we can get in contact with us: by email, which is on the screen right now, by text, or if you have a chat box on the right hand side as well. If you're wanting to talk to us live right now, if you're watching this after the fact, or if you're not, even if you're watching now, we'd like you to fill in the kind of questionnaire form that we have. It's a kind of online form. So if you look at downloads, it says click here to access PAN questionnaire. Click on that, it takes you to a form with a few questions. We can get some feedback. You can give us your comments, which really helps us when we're finalising our plan application. If there's anything we can pull into that, we will. Anything we can do that's been suggested that we can do, we will. And we also have the PowerPoint presentation is available along with the questionnaire for the next 21 days, and these videos will be here as well. So anyone who hasn't been able to log on or having difficulties for whatever reason, you can watch this for the next 21 days, which is great too. So I'm going to check I haven't seen anything on the chat at the moment. Let's check the emails again. It doesn't look like there's anything at the moment, and no texts have came through. So if no one gets back to me in the next few minutes, then I think what I'll do is, no one gets back to me in the next few minutes, what I will do is I will be back on for the next presentation, which is going to be at quarter next presentation, which will be at 5:15. So thanks for listening anyway, and I'll see you at 5:15 if you're going to watch another one. Hi, welcome and good afternoon to anyone who's tuned on to watch our presentation of our Newhouse energy storage project that we're proposing. I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. I'm going to go through the presentation shortly, just to give you a few sort of ideas how we can get in contact with us as well. Hopefully you can see a chat box on the right hand side of your screen to where the presentation is if you're watching this on a browser on a computer. In there you can put up any questions you might have, and we can answer them at the end of the presentation, obviously if you're watching it live. Or you can contact us. If you can't see the chat, there's also my mobile number, 07456 539 239, it's up there. You can text me on that, or my email address, ahili-energy as well. So there's 3 different ways you can get in contact with us while the presentation is running. So please take the opportunity to do that. There's also, if you look in the downloads section, there's click to access the PAN questionnaire. So there's a short questionnaire. If you've tuned on to watch this, please take the time and fill in the questionnaire. It's just an online form, so you don't need to print anything off. Just fill it in the browser and hit send, and that's us got it. And you can also download the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation, for the next 21 days. So all this will be up and available for anyone to comment on the next 21 days. And even after that, if you want to get in contact with us, that would be great too. Any comments that you make are comments to ourselves. They're not comments to the council. There'll be once we put a planning application in the next coming weeks, months, then there'll be a time to actually make your representations directly to the council. But with that, I'll give you a wee idea what the presentation is, how it's laid out. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our company, a little bit about energy storage, why we need it, and why we need it in this location. So with that, I'll put this on full screen, and I will start the presentation. So what is the project? So in essence, what we are proposing is an energy storage facility which consists of 20 battery storage units, which are in effect storage containers with racks of batteries in them, and that would come to 29.9 megawatts of power. So it's quite a lot of power that we'd be able to store there. And what projects like these do in the simplest terms is we take excess power from the grid, usually from renewable energy, and we store that for when it is needed, and that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So that's basically what we do, but I'm going to explain a little bit more detail later on. So it's kind of broad brush what it is we're trying to do. So who are ILI Group? So Intelligent Land Investment Groups are an energy storage development company based in South Lanarkshire and Hamilton. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Before that, we were involved in the feed-in tariff, where we have a number of projects, mostly wind, some solar and some hydro projects up and running. But our goal now is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland by developing 3 pump storage hydro projects, which are kind of large-scale infrastructure projects. You might have heard of Crooken, the Hollow Mountain they call it, up near Oban. That's probably the most well-known one near here. And we've got one on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors called Red John that's been in planning for a while now. It's quite far advanced, and you might have heard of that one too. But the rest of that's going to come from, the rest of that 2 gigawatts is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage that we have planned, and a lot of that's actually, as Newhouse is actually part of that, and we've got a lot of that actually through planning, and some of it's in the process of getting constructed or getting developed as well. So why do we actually need energy storage? What's the point in having projects like this at all? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and a large part of that's going to be coming from moving away from fossil fuel generators, coal, gas, also nuclear, and moving towards more renewable energy, which we're already doing. So as we move towards more renewable energy, as kind of old fossil fuel generators go offline, as these power stations go offline, and nuclear goes offline as well, what that means is we're more dependent on renewable energy, which is intermittent. So what that means is it only works when it's windy. For wind turbines, it only works during the day. For solar power, it seems obvious, but what that means is you can't switch it on when you need it. So traditionally what's happened is that we've had backup generation. So we've had coal and gas and nuclear that we can switch on whenever we want to kind of make up the difference. But as these go offline and we're more reliant on renewable energy, we need to have more energy storage available. So we can take renewable energy when it's getting generated when it's not needed. So turbines going in the middle of the night, for instance, or really sunny days where there's not a lot of demand for power, we can store that power, we can store that power and put it back into the grid when it is needed. So Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so we're quite a bit away from that. The Scottish Government have recognised this too, and they're broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this one, as they realise that if we're going to get these net zero targets, become more reliant on renewable energy, energy storage has got to be part of that mix as well. So that's why we need these kind of projects. So why do we need it in this exact location? So we've done an analysis of all the full grid system in Scotland. We're looking at where we can put these kind of battery storage projects, and the most sensible place for us to put them is beside grid supply points, of which there's one quite close by at the Bergmuir GSP. It's a Scottish and Southern electricity grid supply point. And what a grid supply point basically is a hub for electricity. It's a hub for the grid. So we take in power, transmission power comes in pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages and sent out to smaller substations, and again broken down eventually out into the wires that go to your houses and to businesses. So it's got a major hub, but unfortunately there's not every grid supply point has the capacity to take the kind of power, the 30 megawatts around we're talking about. So there's only a few of these locations, and we've targeted most of them, and Bergmuir is one of those. So that's why we're in this exact location. So the next few slides give you an idea of basically some basic planning drawings of what it is we're proposing. So hopefully, if you look at my cursor there, you can see the red line boundary. It's quite, hopefully that'll make it clearer for you. It's right beside the A9. We're to the western edge of Perth. Right adjacent to the A9 dual carriageway, and we're connecting to the Bergmuir GSP, which is round about this neck of the woods here. So the closest houses are the houses here, just about 125 metres to the east, the opposite side of the dual carriageway. But as you can already see, we're screened quite heavily by trees and shrubs around the whole of the Newhouse farm, in effect. So we're quite well screened, and there's new build houses that are proposed sort of in this area too, and our development takes into consideration those too, so we're not going to be disrupting anything. So the site layout here, you can see the rectangles in green are the energy storage units themselves. So we've got 20 of those, 10 either side, with an access track coming from the road here, straight through the middle. And we also have the substation. And outside of this, there's a 3-metre high acoustic fence, wooden acoustic fence. And outside of that, again, we have in the hatch green, we have the trees and shrubs that we're going to be planting, sort of native and broadleaf shrubs that we're proposing to kind of screen the project on all sides. Now, the energy storage units, they're basically storage containers that are, if you think about, if you've ever seen inside a data center, so you've got racks and racks of servers. Basically inside these energy storage units, it's basically racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the full unit. And outside of the unit, there's air conditioning. The air conditioning units that keep all the equipment inside cool. So there's 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high. And the batteries that we're using inside of these are solid state lithium batteries, which are used in the majority of kind of energy storage projects like this in the UK and worldwide, and that's proven technology. So we'd be using similar kind of technology to that. So I skipped one there. Back we go. So the substation I mentioned, it's a GRP building. Basically contains all the equipment that we need to break the power down to go to the batteries and then back again into the grid. So it's all equipment that we need to do that safely. And it's a prefab GRP building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, with a colour that would agree with the council. So the screening that I was talking about, the kind of fencing and screening, is we have a 3 metre high fence, then we have the trees. We've got some suggestions here of what kind of trees and hedgerows we'd be planting, just to give you, we'll to agree that with the council at a later stage, to screen the project as best we can. Obviously they don't come fully grown, it takes a while for them to actually grow over time, and over time they'll be over time that they'll come to screen the project on all 4 sides in effect. So the visibility from it's going to be pretty minimal once we've got the project installed. So hopefully that gives everyone an idea of what it is we're proposing. Like I said, if you've got any questions, please put them in the chat. If you can't see the chat, if that's not something that you can see on your screen, please text me on 07456539239. That would be great too. Or you can email me at ah@ili-energy.com, and you can get in contact with me that way too. So I will leave it a couple of minutes and see if anyone's going to get in contact with us through any of these methods. And if not, I will be back again at 5:45 for the next presentation. And if you're, like I said, if you're watching this on catch up, or if you're watching it later on, or if you're watching it now, please do take the time to look at the downloads section just below where I'm speaking here. You will see click to access the PAN questionnaire. So what we'd like you to do is do that, click to access that, fill in the short form, give us your feedback, and anything we can take on board we will. And the actual slides from this will be available for the next 21 days, and the presentation is going to be up as well. So at any point you can come back, or people can come back and watch this and give us their comments. That would be great too. The more kind of feedback we get, the better the project we can make. So thanks guys for listening. I can't see anything on the chat or through email or text at the moment, so I think I'll leave it there for now, and I will be back at 5:45. So thanks for listening. Hi, and good afternoon to anyone who's tuned in to watch the presentation of our Newhouse Energy Storage project. I am Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group, and I'm going to be taking you through the presentation today. Just before you get started, I'd like to let you know a few ways you can get in contact with us. So if you're watching this on the browser on your computer, you should be able to see a chat box to the right-hand side of the screen. So you can put in comments or questions in there. That would be while we're going through the presentation. I'll answer them at the end. You should be able to do that without logging into anything. It's just enter as a guest. You can put up your comments or questions. Or if you haven't got a chat box, my mobile number is on the screen at the moment. It's 07456 539 239. So you can text me on that as well, any questions, or you can get in contact through our email address at ah@ili-energy.com. Please feel free to contact us on that too. That would be great. So that's 3 different ways you can get in contact with us while we're going through the presentation. If you look below where the presentation currently is, you can see you should be able to see a download section where it says click here to access the PAN questionnaire. So if you've taken the time to come on to watch this today, if you give us a couple more minutes and you could fill in the questionnaire form, give us your comments about the project, any thoughts you might have, that would be amazing too. And the PowerPoint or the slides from this presentation will be available for the next 21 days along with the questionnaire and the video, so you can come back to this anytime you like, pardon me, and watch and give us your comments as well for the next 21 days anyway. You can give us your comments. Now, just to let you know that comments you make to us are not comments direct to the council. They'll be part of a planning report that we put together with our planning application. So once the planning application goes in, there'll be an opportunity to make comments directly to Perth and Kinross Council. But with that, I think I will start the presentation. So I'll just put this on full screen so everyone can see it better. I will begin the presentation. So what is the project? What is it we're actually trying, what is it in essence we're proposing? So we're proposing a 29.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's made up of containerized battery storage. So it's basically storage containers with racks and racks of batteries inside them, and we've got 20 of those on the site. There's also an access track, some fencing around that to screen it, and also some trees and shrubs that we're going to plant around that to screen the project even further. And there's also a substation inside the compound, which has all the equipment we need to get the power to and from the grid. So basically what projects like this do is we take excess power from the grid, usually excess renewable energy, we store that and we put it back in the grid when it's required. So it's pretty simple. The concept of what we're doing, we're taking excess power and putting it back when it's required, and that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. But I'll go into that in a little bit more detail about why that's important at the moment. So who are ILI Group? So we are Intelligent Land Investments Group. We are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We were started in 2017. Before that, we were working in the renewables industry. So we had a number of mostly wind projects, some solar and some hydro projects that are all up and running now as part of that. But now our mission is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from our 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have. The first of those is in planning, Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. Pardon me, and you might have heard of that. It's been widely publicised and it's far advanced in planning. And the rest of that power is going to come from the 500 megawatts of battery storage that we have got through planning, or like Newhouse here, where we're currently proposing a new planning application. So why do we even need energy storage? What's the point in having it at all? So what we're doing at the moment is Scotland has got a target of net zero by 2045, so it's an ambitious target to hit that, one of the most ambitious net zero targets in the world, and a large part of that's going to be switching from fossil fuel generation to renewable energy generation, and that's been going on for a number of years, but what we're finding now is that large coal, gas, and nuclear power stations are coming to the end of their shelf life, which means we're becoming more and more reliant on renewable energy. We're going to have a lot more offshore that's going to be coming online too. So the more reliable we are on renewable energy, the more problem we have with intermittency. So intermittency is renewable energy only works when it's windy, works when it's sunny. It seems obvious, but it does create a problem that you need to have some kind of backup power for when it's not windy or not sunny and you need that power. So that's traditionally that came from fossil fuel, so we can just turn up the gas and coal or the nuclear when we need it to make up the difference. But as these power stations go away and we don't have that kind of capacity anymore, we're going to have rely on energy storage more and more. So Ofgem have realised this for a while, and now they've estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. So it's quite a big jump from the 4 gigawatts that we have at the moment. Scottish Government also have realised that they're broadly supporters of projects like this, because they realise if they're going to hit these targets, energy storage is going to have to be a larger part of the mix than it is at the moment. So why in this location? But why are we at Newhouse Farm? So the land is located next to the Birdmuir GSP, the grid supply point. So it's a local kind of big substation that's nearby. It's just down the road a little bit across the motorway. And a grid supply point is basically a hub for the grid. So it's it's where transmission power comes in on pylons. High voltages gets broken down into smaller voltages, out to smaller substations, and eventually down the wires into your house and to your businesses. So a grid supply point is a perfect place to put in energy storage from our point of view. But unfortunately, not every grid supply point in Scotland can take it. So they take the level of power that we're talking about. So we've targeted the ones that we know that can. So Birdmuir is one of those. So that's why we're in this location. So the next few slides are kind of giving you basically some planning drawings, giving you exactly what it is we're proposing. So if you have a look here, if you can see the kind of red rectangle there, I'm kind of marking, circling with the cursor. That's the kind of rectangle, that's the planning boundary, or the red line boundary that we're proposing. So the project's sort of land adjacent to the A9 dual carriageway, the western edge of Perth. It's already surrounded by kind of scrub woodland, wraps around the whole field really. So it gives us quite good limits visibility quite well. And the closest houses are the houses across the A9, about 125 metres away to the east. So we've got those projects across the motorway. They're quite well screened from where we are at the moment. And then we've got the projects, the houses at Newhouse Farm, and there's also some new build housing that's going to be getting developed as well nearby, which we've designed our project to be to take all that into consideration as to not to disturb anything. So this is the kind of site layout that we're proposing. We've got 10 energy storage units, which are the kind of green rectangles you can see. So 20 energy storage units, 10 either side of an access track coming from the road down the middle. And then we have the small substation there, surrounded all by the 3 metre wooden fence, 3 metre high wooden fencing. And there's also, on the outside of that, we have hatched in green here is the kind of trees and shrubs that we're proposing. So native broadleaf trees and shrubs that are going to screen the project. Over time, they'll grow to screen the entire project on all sides. So the energy storage units themselves are the same. They're basically storage containers that have been repurposed. So storage containers if you think about, if you've ever seen inside a data center or a photo of a data center where you see kind of racks and racks of servers, this is just racks and racks either side of small battery units that make up the whole energy storage unit. And on the outside of those, there is air conditioning units as well to keep everything cool. So those are 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high. The technology in the batteries we're using is solid state lithium, which has been used in the majority of other UK, if not worldwide, kind of battery storage projects like this. So it's proven technology, so we'd be sticking with that also. The substation that I mentioned, it's a GRP, glass reinforced plastic building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high. and that contains all the equipment we need to get the power from the grid into the batteries and back again. So it kind of switches the power from the grid to the batteries and back again. The screening and the fencing, like I mentioned, there's a 3 metre high wooden fence, acoustic wooden fence. Outside of that's going to be the trees and shrubs here. So got some ideas of what we could kind of plant, what kind of trees we could plant. I'm going to agree that obviously with the council at a later date, so that over time that those trees will grow, and eventually that's all you'll be able to see is a kind of the screening from the trees. So over time, the project's going to be really well encapsulated by this kind of screening and fencing that we're proposing. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what it is we're doing, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, and what it is we're putting on the ground. So hopefully you've got some questions. If there's people on the chat, I'll just have a wee check here. Hopefully people are on that. Anyone's got any questions, please put them up. I'd be glad to answer them. I can't see anyone at the moment, but if you'd like to put some questions up there, that would be amazing. Or if you can't see the chat, if you're saying what's he talking about, I can't see a chat, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is, I'm just about to put up on the screen here. So it's 07456 539 239. You can contact us on that, or you can contact us on the email address at ah@ili-energy.com. So there's 3 different ways you can get in contact with us live right now if you're wanting something answered right now. Or we also, in the download section, you can, below the presentation, you can see, click here to access PAN questionnaire. So there's a questionnaire which we'd like you, if you took the time to come, you might as well fill in the questionnaire when you're here. And the more feedback we get from everyone, pardon me, the better project we can put into planning. So we can get everyone's thoughts and comments, and anything we can take on board we will. That'd be amazing. So please fill that in if you've taken the time to watch this today, or you're watching it in the future. Perhaps you're watching it, not watching it live. Now there's also the questionnaire slides and everything like that. The slides will be available for the next 21 days, as will be the video of this. So anyone who wants to come back and watch it can. But I can't see any. Let's check the emails, see if anything's came through. Nothing's came through on text or on nothing's came through on text or on email that I can see. So please get in contact with me if you can, if you want to. But with that, I think I will leave it there for the moment. I'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks everyone for watching. If you've tuned in or you're watching this catch up or whatever, please take the time to fill in the questionnaire. That'd be really, really helpful. And if not, I will be back at 6:15 to do the next presentation. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hi, good evening, and welcome to anyone who's tuned in to our Newhouse Energy Storage Project presentation. I'm Andrew Hughes. I am the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group, and I'm going to be presenting this project to you tonight. Obviously, we normally do these kind of things face to face. We book a hall and we come and speak to people in the community, but obviously we can't do that because of the COVID-19 situation. So we've adapted. And we're doing the best we can with the technology that we've got. So I'll give you a quick rundown on what we're doing here, but before I do that, I just want to let people know that different ways they can get in contact with me while we're doing this presentation. So if you look to the right-hand side of your screen, you can see there should be if you've got this on a browser on a computer, there should be a chat box that so you should be able to get in contact with us through there. Just put a question in the chat box. You don't need to be you don't need to join. You can just log on as a guest. So you don't need to give us any information. Or if you can't see the chat box, you can text me on the mobile number on the screen 07456539239. Or failing that, you can also contact us through the email at ah@ili-energy.com. So there's three ways you can get in contact with us while we're doing this live if you're looking for a question to be answered. Or if you look below where I am at the moment, there's a download section that says click on here to access PAN questionnaire. That's a questionnaire, online questionnaire, just a couple of questions you can fill in, give us your comments on the project. That would be great too. And the actual presentation, everything like this is going to be up for the next 21 days, so we can get your comments. And just to let you know, comments that you make to us are not comments to the council. They become part of our planning report that we put in with our actual planning application. Once the planning application goes in, there'll be a time to there'll be a time where you can make representations direct to the council on it. So with that, I think I will start the presentation. So I'll just make this full screen so everyone can see it better, and I'll just go through the presentation. So what is it we're actually proposing? What is the project? So in essence, what we're proposing is an energy storage facility which composes of 20 energy storage units, which are storage containers in effect with racks and racks of batteries. So if you've seen in a data center, you can see kind of like servers, racks and racks of servers. These energy storage units are similar to that, where it's racks, small battery units in racks all on either side of inside the energy storage unit. So that's, and we've also got with 20 of those with an access track surrounded with a small substation surrounded by fencing and tree planting, which I'll show you in much greater detail later on. And basically what projects like this, all energy storage projects do, is we take excess power from the grid when it's not required. So usually that's renewable energy being generated when it's not needed, and we put that energy back as electricity when it is needed. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So that's very basic terms what we're doing. I'll explain it in a bit more detail later on. So who are ILI Group? We are Intelligent Land Investment Group, and Land Investments Group. We are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017. Started the energy storage side of things in 2017. But before then, we've been deeply involved in renewable energy projects for the last 10 years. Solar, wind, hydro, a lot of feed-in tariff projects, all up and running, spinning, creating energy. But our project now is our focus is bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland, and we're doing that through 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have, which are kind of large-scale infrastructure projects. I don't know if you might have heard of Crooken up in Oban. That's kind of the biggest one. That's the biggest one we've got in Scotland. That's one of the most famous one we've got in Scotland is the Hollow Mountain. People probably heard of that one. And that is, yeah, that one's been running since the 60s, and it's a similar project to that we're going to be developing. We've got one that's up at, it's called Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. That's in planning at the moment, so that's been widely publicised. So you might have heard of that one too. The other 500 megawatts from that 2 gigawatts is going to be from battery storage projects like the one we're proposing at Newhouse here, and there's a number of other projects that we have through planning as well. Some of these are actually getting developed at the moment. So why do we need energy storage? So what's the point in having these kind of projects? What's the purpose? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. So it's one of the most ambitious kind of net zero targets in the world. And to do that, we're going to be moving away from fossil fuel generators like coal and gas, um, and moving more towards renewable energy, which obviously is happening on a large scale at the moment. But what's also happening at the moment is coal and gas plants and nuclear plants are coming to the end of their shelf life, and that means we're going to be becoming more and more dependent on renewable energy. And the age-old problem that you have with renewable energy is that it's intermittent. So what that means, it seems obvious, but it only works when the sun shines, when the wind blows. But again, that gives you a problem that it doesn't always meet demand. So previously, traditionally what we've done is we've just turned up the power on gas, coal and nuclear to make up the difference. But as those power plants aren't available to us, what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a lot of energy storage available. So Ofgem have estimated that we're going to need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We've currently got around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage. The Scottish Government have also recognised this need for energy storage, and they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this, as they realise that we're going to have to deploy a lot more storage if we're going to get the kind of renewable penetration that we're needing across Scotland. So that's why we need kind of energy storage projects in a nutshell. I'll just skip the few slides there, apologies. So why do we need it in this location? So as a project, what we've done is we've targeted all the grid supply points in Scotland where we believe there's capacity to connect sort of 30 megawatts round about battery storage. So there's not very many of them in Scotland actually, although there's lots of grid supply points. And a grid supply point is basically a hub for the grid, for the national grid. So we take in power that is the transmission power, so it comes in pylons at high voltage. It's broken down into smaller voltages in that substation, again sent out to smaller substations, and again eventually out to your houses and businesses. So the grid supply point is a main hub for the grid, and it's a perfect point to add on battery storage. But like I said, unfortunately not all grid supply points have enough power available, have enough capacity available for us to be able to connect, and Birdmuir is one of those very few GSPs. So that's why we're here, because we're quite close to this grid supply point. So hopefully you can see this plan here. So the next few slides give you are basically the plan, some basic planning drawings of what we're proposing. So if you have a look where the cursor is, there's a kind of small red rectangle. It's not that easily visible, but hopefully if you look at the cursor, you'll be able to see it. So that's the planning boundary of where we're proposing to put the new project. So we're kind of we're adjacent to the A9 carriageway, western edge of Perth. We've already got kind of existing kind of shrub woodland. We're surrounded on all corners of that field, so we're quite well screened visually. Nearest houses are about 125 metres across the motorway to the east. We've also got the houses at Newhouse, and there's also going to be some new development happening. But all our projects taken into consideration all these kind of developments so we're trying to have a minimal impact on the surrounding area. So the site layout, the green rectangles here are the energy storage units, which there's 20. So we have 10 either side of the access track coming from the road. And on the outside of that, we have the 3-metre high wooden fence. And then we have this kind of hatch green area, which is going to be the new planting, so our native broadleaf trees and shrubs, which we'll agree with the council, that over time will come to screen the project visually from all sides. Now the energy storage units themselves, they're basically storage containers, and like I said, they have racks of batteries, smaller battery units inside of those, or racks and racks of those either side. When there are air conditioning units on the outside of those to keep everything cool inside, and the dimensions of the energy storage units are 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres in height, and the battery technology in the units are solid-state lithium batteries, which have been used successfully on most, if not all, the majority of energy storage or battery storage projects in the UK and worldwide. So that's the kind of technology, proven technology we'd be sticking with. Now the substation I mentioned, it's a small building, 6 metres by 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, and the colour would be agreed with the council. And basically that contains all the equipment that we need to break the power down from the grid into the batteries and from the batteries back into the grid. The fencing and the screening, so we have a 3 metre high, this is kind of cross section, so we have a 3 metre high wooden fence. Then the trees, we've got some suggestions here of what kind of trees would be planted, which we'll agree with the council at a later stage. And then, so over time, those trees obviously don't come fully grown, so over time, those trees will come to encapsulate the full project and give it a very small sort of visual impact. All you'll be able to see in effect is the trees surrounding the project. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what it is we're proposing, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, and what it is we're actually putting on the ground. So if you want to comment, please do. Hopefully if there's anyone in the chat, you can just put them your comments in the chat to the left hand side, or sorry, the right hand side of your screen, if anyone's there, which I can't see anyone at the moment. But you might not be able to see the chat if you're not on a computer browser. So in those instances, you can contact me on the mobile number there, which is 07456 539 239. Or if you don't fancy that, we also have my email address, ah@ili-energy.com. So you can get me on that too, which would be great. So what I'll do is I will keep this going for another couple of minutes. And if anyone wants to get in contact with me through any of these methods, that's great. If you're watching this live. If you're not watching this live, if you're watching it in catch up, please fill in the PAN questionnaire. Even if you are, please fill in the questionnaire in the download section. If you click on that, it takes you to the form. You don't need to download anything or that. Just fill it in online. Give us your thoughts on the project. We'd much appreciate that. The more feedback we can get from you guys, the better the project's going to be in the end. And we also have the presentation slides. All of that's going to be there for the next 21 days. So if you're not seeing this live, there's still time to comment and get in contact with us. Even after that, you can still get in contact with us. We'll certainly take on board. So any sort of any comments you make in these forms are for our purposes for preparing our plan application, but not representations to the council. At a time, once the plan application ends, the next weeks or months, then you'll have a time. Then there'll be an opportunity to make a representation direct to the council on the plan application. So I can't see anything in the chat or anywhere at the moment, but so I will probably leave this till 1:45 for the last presentation tonight. But thanks for tuning in, whether you're watching live or in the future. Thanks for coming along, and don't forget to fill in the questionnaire. Thanks. Hello and good evening to anyone who's tuned on to our presentation of our Newhouse Energy Storage project. This is in place of an actual face-to-face public meeting that we would normally have at a community centre or something similar nearby. Obviously with COVID-19 we've had to adapt and kind of move using technology to kind of to do these kind of things now. So um, I'm going to go through a short slide presentation telling you a little bit about the Newhouse Energy Storage project, a bit about our company, ILI, Intelligent Land Investments Group, and why we need projects like this, why we need kind of energy storage. But before I go into that, sorry, I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and Media Manager at ILI Group. I've done quite a few of these today, so apologies for not introducing myself there. So just before we get into the presentation, I want to let you know that you can comment if you're watching this on a browser, if you're watching it live on a computer browser, there should be a comment section to the left, to the right of this, where you fill in a question, any questions you have, you can put them in live, and I can answer the questions for you, hopefully. Or if there's no comment section, you should have a phone number, which you should be able to see there. It's 07456 539 239, or you can contact us on email at ahili-energy.com. So there's three ways you can ask us questions live while we're doing the presentation. Also below me there is a download section where it says click to access PAN questionnaire. So we would really appreciate if you've took the time to watch this, take a couple more minutes and fill in the questionnaire. Give us your feedback. The better feedback we get from the general public, the better we can make the project. So please fill in the questionnaire. Let us know what you think. That'd be great. And all of these methods will be all the presentation, the video, the questionnaire will be up for the next 21 days. So you can come back and visit this page anytime you like in that time. So I think that's given you every way you get in contact with us. Or you can after this, you can contact us by email as well, anytime you want. Even after the 21 days, we'll still take on board anything that we can. I'm going to try and bring it in as part of the application if it's possible. But with that, I think I'll start. This is the last presentation I'm doing tonight. So I will start the presentation. Skipped a few slides here. So what is the project? So in essence, what we're proposing is an energy storage facility composed of 20 energy storage units, which are basically storage containers with racks and racks of batteries inside them. And they would be up to the capacity of 29.9 megawatts. So it's quite a lot of power we can store. So you have the energy storage units containing the batteries, associated equipment. So we have a substation, there's an access track, and there's also some fencing around that and some screening supplied by trees that we're going to plant and shrubs to kind of screen the project as best we can. Basically what projects like this do is we store excess energy from the grid. So usually that is renewable energy that's being generated that's not required at the time. So think wind turbines in the middle of the night, that kind of thing. So instead of switching that power off, that potential energy never gets generated, we can store that power and put it back into the grid when it is needed. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid in basic terms. So I'm going to add that a little bit more detail later on. So who are ILI Group? So we are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage section in 2017. And before that we were involved in the renewable energy section with the feed-in tariff in a big way, with lots of different wind turbines, hydro and solar. That's now up and operational. But our mission now is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. So we're doing that through developing 3 pump storage hydro projects. So you may have heard of Crooken, kind of hydro station up near Oban. It's called the Hollow Mountain. It's quite a big tourist attraction. So we're going to be developing 3 of those. We've got one of those in planning at the moment, Red John on the shores of Loch Ness. It's been widely publicised, well advanced in planning. And the rest of that 2 gigawatts is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Newhouse will be part of. And a lot of that battery storage has actually got planning consent, and then some of it's being developed as we speak. So why do we need energy storage? What's the whole purpose of energy storage? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. So to hit that, we're going to be moving more and more towards renewable energy. Fossil fuel generators, coal and gas, and nuclear are going offline. So big power plants and stations are going to be going offline, coming to the end of their shelf life. That means we're going to be more dependent on renewable energy. But the problem that we have, the age-old problem with renewable energy is it's intermittent. So wind turbines only work when it's windy. Windy, solar only works when it's sunny. It's obvious, but it creates a problem where we don't always have the power available, the renewable energy power available when we need it. So traditionally, what we've done is just turned up the gas or the coal or nuclear to meet that demand. But when those assets aren't available, what we need to have is energy storage. So what Ofgem are estimating is that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We've currently got around 4 gigawatts of energy storage. The Scottish Government have got this, have realised this as well, and they're broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this. As they know, we're going to have a bigger deployment of energy storage if we're going to meet the kind of targets that we're talking about. So, but why is it, and we need it in this exact location, why are we at the land at Newhouse? So we're located near the Bergmuir grid supply point, which is the big substation that's across the A9, just across the A9 in the kind of industrial estate. So that's where we're going to be connecting into. And a grid supply point is basically a grid supply point. It's a major hub for the grid network, and we've got lots of these in Scotland where transmission power comes in high voltages, gets broken down into smaller voltages, again out to smaller substation, and eventually down into the wires that go to your house at the 240 volts. So this grid supply points are basically perfect locations to put these kind of energy storage projects. Now, why we're at this exact one is that they've got capacity available. So there's not that many grid supply points that actually have capacity to connect kind of 30 megawatts of power. So that's why we're at the Bergmuir GSP. So the next few slides give you an idea of the sort of basic planning drawings of what we're proposing. So hopefully you can see, if you look at where I'm moving the cursor there, that's kind of Newhouse Farm. The red kind of rectangle is the planning boundary where we're hoping to put the energy storage units. So we're kind of adjacent to the A9 dual carriageway, the western edge of Perth. We're originally got kind of natural screening from shrub woodland wraps around the fields, greatly limits visibility. We're about 125 metres to the east from the housing to the housing developments to the east, and obviously you have to cross the A9 to get to those. There's going to be some new housing that's going to be getting built as well, but the project's been designed to take all that into consideration. So the site layout itself, we've got 10 energy storage units, which are the kind of green rectangles you can see. So 10 either side, so 20 in total, 10 either side with an access track coming in the middle. We also have a small substation in that compound, and that's surrounded by a 3-metre high wooden acoustic fence. And outside in the hatch green is the new planting we're proposing, so sort of native broadleaf trees and shrubs, which we will come to agreement with the council or what the makeup of that would be. And that would be for, obviously they're not going to come fully grown, but over time they'll grow to screen the entire project. So the energy storage units themselves, like I said, they're kind of repurposed storage containers. So if you think about, have you ever seen a data center where you get racks and racks of servers? This is kind of, if you walk into one of these, you can walk down the middle of these and there's racks and racks of small battery units either side of them. And outside of the units, they've got air conditioning units to keep everything inside cool. So those are 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high. And in the technology we're using solid state lithium batteries, which are used in most, if not all, UK and worldwide battery storage projects at the moment. And that's proven technology, so we'd be sticking with that also. So the substation building that I talked about is a glass reinforced plastic building, 10 meters by 6 meters by 3.2 meters high. And that contains all the sort of equipment we need to break the power down from the grid into the batteries and back again. And finally, the fencing that we're proposing in the screening is, so if it's kind of a cross section, so we've got a 3-meter high acoustic fence, then we have trees and shrubs of a makeup that will agree with the council. And over time, those will come to encapsulate the whole project. So the visibility is going to be very minimal. All you're going to be able to see is those trees in effect. So I think that gives you a good idea of what it is we're actually proposing, why we need energy storage, why we believe we need it in this location. So hopefully, if you've got any questions, that would be great. Put them up in the chat for us, please. Put them up in the chat on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have that available to you, you may not. If you don't, you can text me on 07456 539 239. I'm just going to put them up now. 07456539239, or you can email me at ah@ili-energy.com and we can respond that way also. So either any of these ways to get in contact with me would be great. And if you don't want to comment on live here, please fill in the questionnaire. We're looking to get as much feedback as we can from the public. That would be amazing. So if you took the time to watch, just take a couple more minutes, please, and fill in the questionnaire if you look in the download section. And the plans and everything from this will be available for the next 21 days. So you'll be able to come back and watch this presentation if you want. Download the question, fill in the questionnaire, download the slides, and give us your comments. Now, comments that you make to us have become part of our planning application. There's a report that goes along with our planning application. They're not actual comments to the council. Once the planning application goes live in the coming weeks or months, then there'll be an opportunity to comment on the application directly to Perth and Kinross Council. But thanks for listening, everyone. And what I'll do is I think I'll leave it a couple more minutes and see if anyone's commenting. See if anyone's commenting. I'll leave it up to this. It'll stay on till 7 o'clock. Take any questions, and if not, please, if you're watching this on catch up, please fill in the questionnaire or contact us by email. That would be great. So thanks everyone for coming online to watch this. Appreciate you taking the time to do that. Thanks a lot.